Okay, we should be good to go. What is going on, everybody? Hopefully everybody's having a good day today. Guys, it is time for some more Fatal Frame. We're doing Fatal Frame 3. I was originally going to do some KOTOR. I've had a very bad day at work. And I was like, dude, like pounding my head against the wall that is getting a KOTOR speedrun. Just not something that I was looking forward to. Give me 2 seconds. I think I actually forgot to change some settings on my camera back. Yeah, I definitely did. Okay, hang on. Okay, there we go. Sorry. I was messing with the camera before stream, and I forgot to change the settings to where I originally had them. Because I finally brought back the good stream camera, the really good one, the Blackmagic 6K. So yeah, I hope it actually looks a lot better. First of all, like a lot sharper, a lot cleaner. It is in 17:9. I did actually forget that you could not put it in 16:9 without going to 50 FPS. But that's neither here nor there. Hang on 1 second. That fucking like preview shit that is on Windows 11. It came up on this monitor over here. I thought I was having issues, by the way, with Fatal Frame 3. I was like, oh shit, what's going on? I did test this a little bit the other night. But I wasn't like super. I was kind of more testing audio levels, so I wasn't really paying attention to stuff like the visuals and everything. But yeah, apparently this artifact thing that you're seeing, that I mentioned that you're gonna see in this first part, apparently this is actually normal behavior, because I actually looked up a playthrough of somebody, and they had the exact same thing happening to them. So I was like, oh, okay. Two things of note. One, I need to move the FPS counter. That's not the right thing. I think it's... yeah. There we go. Now it's hidden behind me. And I may end up having to move my camera over to either one side or the other. You may also notice that the chat has been moved down to the bottom. It's not actually at the bottom. I just expanded it to where it fits all the way up. Instead of being like this little tiny box that you guys see. Which is actually what I used to do back in the day. And whenever I switched over to the multi-chat, I just stopped doing that. So yeah, now it's back to what it used to be, actually. But we're gonna get started. We're gonna be playing on normal. Also one other thing. I do have a widescreen patch, the HD texture pack, and 60 FPS. I figured if we're going to be playing on the emulator, might as well get all the benefits of an emulator. Oh, why did... Okay, hang on. For some reason, it just crashed on me. That did not happen before stream. Okay. If it may be my cycle rate. If it is my cycle rate, I'll turn that down. Because I have it overclocked to 300%. Wow, what is going on with it's? Oh, it's paused. That's why. Duh. I just realized that it had a little pause thing up in the top. It could also be the stuff that I have turned on in VSync. But yeah, this didn't happen before streamer crashed. What the fuck? I didn't press anything.
Where am I?
Okay. Hang on one sec. Okay, shut down without saving. Do this. But yeah, I just skipped the cutscene just now instead of playing it through. Whoa, okay. Don't know what's going on with that. Definitely something else. Like I said, none of this was happening before stream, so I don't know what the fuck is going on now. Okay.
Should we get going?
I
What?
heard this house was haunted.
Why does it sound like that?
Rumors are just rumors. I'm gonna load these up.
You?
It's 100% the VA. Because the rest of the audio sounds fine. The VA sounds like it was recorded inside of a tin can.
Where am I?
Okay, yeah, there's definitely something going on here with the animations. Give me 1 second. Save state, resume. Oh, wow. Okay, yeah. That doesn't work. That looks better. Hang on 1 sec. Me do one other thing before, and then we'll actually get started with it. Like I said, none of this was happening before stream. I don't know what the fuck is happening now. Not quite sure on that. Yeah, hang on one second. Let me do this real quick. Delete and boot. Yeah, that I'm not sold on that control scheme. The default control scheme is a little weird. And there's options to change it in the game, so we're going to do that. One of those things I had to kind of know, like I had to feel to understand. And obviously I didn't want to play the game too terribly much. Okay. Finder on, special is O. Honestly, because I wanted to be the Xbox controls, honestly. Where O was the camera, and then funny enough, it actually is that too on the PS2 version of Fatal Frame 2. So I don't know why they decided to change that completely. Oh shit, I didn't save all those settings. That's fuck. Turn that off. Nah, it wouldn't do anything anyway. I have my vibration disabled through PCSX2 already. But I always turn it off in the game just in case. Okay. I think we should be good. I do apologize about that. It seems like with every Fatal Frame, there has been a technical issue that I've had to work through. Don't worry. The 4th and 5th games will be better because they are just PC games. It's me? It's me? Oh, hello. Also, this is not the camera obscura. Doors locked. But yeah, this is not the camera obscura that she has. This is just a normal camera. Oh shit, son. I sure as shit can if I run fast enough.
Stay here. Forever. Stay here. Forever.
There's also something else that's worth noting, by the way, that I haven't mentioned in any of the other games, is that the Fatal Frame games do not take place in the year that they actually released. I believe the first game takes place in like 1980 something, and then the second game takes place sometime in the early 90s. And if I had to take a guess, the third game probably takes place in the mid to late 90s.
Wait! There's still something I need to say.
Okay, the VA inside of the actual game, whenever we got into the actual game, sounds a little bit better. It doesn't sound like it's recorded inside of a tin can. I mean, this is dub, so...
Are you okay?
It's just the cutscenes. I'm wondering if it was a bitrate thing. Because these CG cinematics are really good looking for the era that they came out. Like, this is on par with, CG movies that were coming out during this time. So I'm wondering if it was a video bitrate thing. Yeah, what's going on inside? It looks like bad AI, long ass body. No, I don't think so. It does not look like AI.
This place is...
Like AI wishes it looked this good. So this is a sequel to 1. Apparently so. From what I've heard online, yes, this is supposed to be a sequel to 1. Also, there's definitely an animation tick rate that's happening outside of the frame rate right now. Granted, the PS2 also did not have per pixel lighting, so you will notice that the light, as it lights like the environment and stuff, looks a little different from the Xbox, which has per pixel lighting. The PS2 uses per vertex lighting, which looks noticeably worse. But yeah, there's definitely an animation tick rate going on in the background, or like disconnected from the game's frame rate. Fence gate is locked with a padlock. There's a small door on the other side. Lock is engraved with a notched arrow design. Space and but yeah, from what I've heard, this one is supposed to it's probably not like a direct sequel, but it's supposed to be a continuation of one story. Kind of like how it and you know, I mentioned Silent Hill a whole lot whenever I talk about Fatal Frame. It's not to say that they ripped it off. It was very inspired by Silent Hill, but it's very clear if you play Silent Hill 1 and you play Fatal Frame 1, they're completely different games. Silent Hill 1 was like the East trying to do Western horror, whereas Fatal Frame 1 was East doing Eastern horror. And it's kind of just stuck with that as it's gone on. But it's kind of like how Silent Hill 3 is a continuation of Silent Hill 1's story, but not a direct sequel to it. Fatal Frame 1 was the Eastern horror with janky. No, it wasn't janky. It was slippery. It was like just unrefined controls is what it was. Like most of Fatal Frame 1, it was just unrefined. And it got fixed in Fatal Frame 2. And those fixes are here still. The controls are just as good as Fatal Frame 2's. Shut tight. Chest skin. All the candles and things inside. Ah, nice. Herbal medicine. Armored Core was janky. A lot of first games are very jank in general. It's just by their nature because they're the first of something. Especially the older that, like the closer you get to like the start of the 2D age or the start of the 3D age. Whenever you get to the start of these ages, it's like there's gonna be more jank involved. And in 2001, they definitely were still trying to figure out how the fuck 3D controls. I need to work on my snapshot skills. So the thing is that these controls are a lot different from any version of the second game and any version, I imagine any version of the first game too, because triangle is what brings up the camera, and then R1 is what does the shot instead of circle or B, and then the right trigger. Also, this camera angle is neat, but it's a little jank. They were trying to do something cool with that. I'm wondering if they started doing like an actual third-person camera, but with the fourth game onward, because that was like a third-person camera instead of the fixed camera perspective that we've been seeing so far. Which also, by this point, was starting to really die out. Because now we are post Resident Evil 4. Whoa, the ground textures are bugging out. Bellflower design. Also, for those that don't understand, like, whenever I describe like games pre and post Resident Evil 4, Resident Evil 4 was like the biggest game ever made when it came out. I love the ghost is like that was actually pretty funny. There's the good old camera obscura. How many Sadakos does it take to kill these stupid people who keep barging into obviously haunted spaces? Here's a camera. Yeah, it was like sliding. Camera obscura on the back. Maybe that's the name of the camera. Well, we've gotten used to using the normal camera. This other camera that we have. Oops. Wow, that took a long time. Remove the save cam. That was in the That was the second game. So the second game started doing the They may have been called lanterns in the second game as well. But yeah, it was in the second game that they stopped using the like really old as shit cameras as the save points. That was literally that's actually the thing. That's actually something that I immediately picked up on with the first game was that the save point was different. Peephole is open in the wall. Sound seems to come through here. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Here we go again. Oh, shit. Do we have Type 7 film in this? We do, but it's limited. Interesting. So, I mentioned this before that this game is considered the second hardest game in the series. I'm wondering if that was one of the things that they changed because people said that it was because there was probably criticism about the second game being too easy, right? I'm honestly wondering if that's if they limited the Type 7 film because of that. Okay, I'm making sure I didn't miss anything. Sealed by some strong power. Yeah, the ground textures right here seem to be freaking out like crazy. I was pretty sure I didn't pick up a key, but I had to double check just to be safe. A bear the stone size of a human head. There's a smell of dye. Maybe something has been dying, or maybe someone has been dyeing something here. So it is like the second game where you have to like act like you're exiting in order to progress.
Where did he go?
Ah, shit. Battle controls. Oh shit. Ah. Don't eat my face. No. You can't eat my face. There's a very long delay between like when you stop running and you're actually able to open up the camera, and I think it's this little like animation finish that she does. Okay, yeah, so it definitely is a lot more like the first game where you like are actually you actually charge up your camera. It's not really based on distance. Because in the second game, it was based on like how close or far away you were from the ghost, as to how much power, you know, you even got it like a bonus for close shots and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a lot more like the first game. Remember, guys, this is my first time actually playing the third game, so I'm learning this stuff as it comes.
If only I died too. It's not my fault that I'm the only one that survived. I should have been taken. I didn't survive because I wanted to. I had no choice. If I had just had Arios, I would have. I didn't survive because I wanted to. I had no choice. So if I had died with everyone else, Yes, yes, if I had died with everyone else, then I would.
Are you all right?
That other one!
Yeah, I will say I am genuinely impressed by the quality of these CG cinematics, especially considering the Fatal Frame games don't have big budgets.
Let me sleep forever.
Ray? Is everything okay? I heard you cry out. Well, I was worried. You've been having so many nightmares lately.
What? I'm fine.
But
I just had a bad dream.
Dude, is that actually Miku? Was it all just a dream? Anyway, I better get up. The bruise appears. During the course of the game, when you find new information, it will be recorded in the notebook. When there is new entry in the notebook, the title will appear in the top right. You can access the notebook from the menu. If you press L1 while your item name is top right, you can refer to that item. Felt a sharp pain in my shoulders when I woke up. For a moment, I thought I could see some kind of bruise on my skin. But I looked again, there was nothing there. Was it just a dream? It was only just a dream. Sorry. Abandoned house. I wasn't motivated enough to find out much about the place before I went. About all I knew was that it was supposedly haunted. She went there willingly? What was behind the strange daydream vision I had in that house in the snow? Was I just worn out, still scarred by the accident? Or are the rumors true? Was he really there? Oh, okay, so she wanted... I'm guessing that's her brother or her husband, because she does have a wedding ring on. So probably her late husband, if I had to take a guess. That is Miku? Holy shit, dude. I was like, the minute she popped up, I was like, there's no, I was like, is that, I was like, is that Miku? Because I don't know if you saw it on stream, but I kind of went like that. So there's the connection to. So it is like a continuation, I guess, on the story. I guess after Miku leaves from, you know, after Miku has to leave Mayu behind, in regards to, you know, the first game. That is his name. No, it was Mayu's from the second. I'm sorry. Was it Mafuyu? I think it was. Hang on, let me double check. Yeah, Mafuyu. Okay, yeah, I was right on the second try. I had Mayu on the mind because we just finished playing, you know, of course, Fatal Frame 2. Staying under the care of you and Ray. I'm wondering, yeah, hopefully she's in more of the story because, you know, I'd be interested to see, like, how things are after, you know, post the incident or the stuff that happened in the first Fatal Frame. The ruined house, I wandered in my dream the night I got back after my vision on that assignment. Something about it reminded me of the haunted house where I saw you. It seemed too real to be a dream. Daydreams, visions, maybe. Or, I'm sorry, daydreams, visions. Maybe I'm just tired. Fiance, okay. He was an editor who worked on books of folklore, philosophy, philosophy, and anthropology. That is a pretty wide range of like study there. Meta students, he was the opposite of me in every way, quiet and kind, like gently falling rain, like a soft shower that washes everything clean. Passed away 2 months ago in an accident caused by my careless driving. Okay, yeah, that is her late, not her late husband, but her late fiance, which is actually kind of more sad because they didn't even get a chance to, you know, actually be married. Get to think he plays her later. That would be cool if we can. But no more spoilers. Like I said, this is my first time playing this game. I've not played, like I said, I haven't played the last 3 Fatal Frame games. So Miko Hinasaki, younger sister of Yu's best friend. Okay, I get so Mafuyu was Yu's friend. Okay. No, yeah. That's right. My brain, I've had a long day. She lives with me now and works as my assistant. I haven't met her brother. You told me she had lost a relative in an accident. Tim Curry, Legend, Darkness, best Satan depiction ever. Tim Curry, as like anything, is always like the best part of the movie that he's in. She helps me out in all kinds of ways, not just with work. She's cheerful and hardworking. If not for her, I don't know how I would have made it through after you passing away. The woman who appeared in my dream of the manor, her whole body covered in a blue tattoo. She came closer and I ran away before I knew what was happening. All I remember is an intense fear. I can still feel her cold stabbing fingers on the back of my shoulder where she touched me. It's hard to believe it was only just a dream. Mother and child who appeared in my dream in old-fashioned kimonos. They were looking for someone, calling out in sad voices to him. Who could they be? Give me 1 second. I do have to look up one thing for this game. And it's particularly like going towards like the endings for the game. There's a certain quest that I have to do. And I have to make sure I don't accidentally miss it. Okay, hour 10 or hour 12. Okay, that's all I need. Excuse me. I will minimize that for later because we're not even close to that point. On the shelf, keep my photos, books, newspapers. Miku brought most of the photography books for me. She has a good eye for these things, but most of them I have hardly even glanced at. Also, I mentioned this earlier as well. Actually, I'm gonna actually look this up also, but I want to make sure that what years rather. Okay, so I mentioned earlier that the Fatal Frame games do not take place the years that they were actually released. Which, by the way, also was really different for the time. This aspect of like taking place in the past was not heard of that much. During this time period when it came to horror video games, it was you could have flashbacks, all that kind of stuff, but it was very rare that a horror video game would actually take place in the past. Alone in the Dark did it, but at this point, Alone in the Dark had like caught up to modern times and all that kind of stuff. I think this was around the time of like Alone in the Dark 5 and stuff. So the first Fatal Frame takes place in 1986. The second and third one take place in 1988. I thought the second and third one took place in the 90s, but it does not. That is so that's good to know. On this sketchbook and an appointment book, Miku made for me to keep track of all my work assignments. Squeeze into the corner of the page the handwritten warning, don't work too hard. Maybe I've been working too hard since that day, but that's the way I prefer it right now. Any tape that I want to listen to right now? Several handmade scented candles on top of the desk. Miku made them. She probably made them specially with me in mind, but for that reason, I can't bring myself to light them. So they'll just sit here, unlit and unused. So fashion magazines, lights guarded on top of the desk. Okay. Piece of my work pinned up on the wall. There are more scenery shots now than there used to be. Don't feel ready yet for projects that involve taking pictures of people. Clothes are thrown carelessly in the closet. Reminds me of my bachelor days. Never been a tidy person, and unless I make a real effort, things soon get like this. Miku must not have seen it here yet. She would never have left it in this state. She's the one that's just like... Miku's the adult in this situation. On the shelf is a camera I never use anymore. I used to enjoy using this camera back in the days when I used to take pictures for fun.
Good morning, Ray.
Hello. Meow. This is Miku's room. Even if this is my house, I don't really like to go into her room without permission. I know Miku wouldn't care at all, though. Fair. Use room. Ever since the accident, I try not to come in here unless I have good reason. I cannot interact with the cat, unfortunately. Good morning, Ray. It looks like it's going to rain all day today, too. Don't have to work so much this week, so why don't you try to relax? Can I not pet kitty 0 out of 10? Fuck this game. I can't pet the damn cat. God damn it. Don't they know that I want to pet the fucking cat? Ray, you've been working too much lately. You were woken up by a bad dream this morning. Not to mention what happened when we were out collecting data the other day. Anyway, let's try to take it easy today. That reminds me, there was this letter. It's addressed to you. Not her. You, the person. Dear you, sorry for not writing for so long. How are things with your fiance? I'm continuing investigation of the urban legend. Like I thought, my niece's symptoms bear similarities to the strange disease often associated with the urban legend. I think most of the story is groundless rumor, but I've heard there was a psychiatric study done. If you have it, I'd like to see it. Maybe it'll provide a clue. Taking a break from all my other work to devote myself studying the urban legend. I'd like your help. According to the documents I've studied, the camera that I sent you is apparently a rare camera obscura. Given where I found it, it may have some connection to the missing people and the urban legend. If you hear anything, please tell me. Regards, Kai Amakura. It's addressed to you. Not you. You. Not you. You. It's from Kai Amakura. He's written several times before. Have you still not told him about you? Use camera obscura. Wonder word being newsroom. And yeah, Miko still has the hair braid. Or, I'm sorry, the hairpin. She find all his what? It's like the Rush Hour joke. I am you and he's me. Yeah. The corner is an ornamental potted plant. Looking after it is Miku's job. Come to think of it, Miku looks after just about everything in the house these days. Cannot interact with the kiddie bowl. Decided against having TV in our own rooms. Bought a bigger one for the living room instead. I hardly watch it at all these days. Outside the window is a small garden. A light drizzle has been falling for several days now. It's been some time since I last tended to the garden. He was not deaf. He was blind. I'm not blind. You're blind. That's what you said. Oh man, this is gonna be just a running joke now. The shelf is where I keep my old video cassettes and books. Stuck to the refrigerator door is my work schedule, a calendar with the supermarket discount days marked on it, and a post-it note with recipes on them. Miku cooks all the meals. She seems to enjoy doing chores around the house. I don't know what I'd do without her, really. Tableware is kept here inside the cupboard. Used things are kept clean here, too. You can look across the counter and see the whole living room. Real mom's eye view. Sink is cleanly polished. It feels more like Miku's place than mine. Mika hardly ever asks for anything, but she begged me to buy her this microwave. Wasn't cheap, but we've been eating all kinds of new things since we got it. No thanks to me, though. The only thing I use it for is heating up instant meals. Yeah, I mean, this was the late 80s. I think microwave meals like really actually did start popping off around that time. Large oven range with 4-burner stove. I was determined to get the most out of it when we moved in, but in fact, I've not used that at all except for boiling water or fixing a simple meal. This is a dishwasher I bought from Miku. Thought it would make life easier for her, but she hardly ever seems to use it. Lacquerware and fragile plates damage easily if you wash them in a machine, she says. We just throw all that son of a bitch stuff into the washing machine. Okay, nothing else from Miku. Some about some sort of camera obscure that you owned written in that letter. Camera obscure, because it'd be the same camera I saw in my dream. In my restless dreams. Post the Rush Hour 3 clip and memes before you forget.
Ray, may I help you with something?
Oh, I just wanted to ask you.
Whoa. Top of the shelf are letter and the camera similar to the one I saw in my dream. Looks like the letter from Kai. It's from Kai. Dear you, during my research on the manner of sleep, urban legend, I finally made it
I am your father.
yeah, so I thank you for the 37 months. Man, that is hard to believe. Feels like yesterday you just did 36 month. Oh, I think that's what, over 3 years now. Yeah, if math is working. But go ahead and get yourself those 370,000 credits. There you go. During my research of the manner of sleep, urban legend, I finally made it to a certain deserted village, lost even from the map. I found this camera in a huge abandoned house near that village. My niece Mio, when Mayu disappeared, she caused you a lot of trouble, so you probably remember her. Saw this camera and she was scared stiff. I wonder if that reminded her that unspeakable incident. For now, I'd like to take care of the camera. You know about antiques, so you could look it over for me. I don't think you'll be able to reach me for a bit, but I'll contact you, so let me know what you find then. I did not expect there to be it to connect to Fatal Frame 2. Like, yeah, there were some tacit connections to the first game in Fatal Frame 2 to the first, in the second game for the first game. This is just a direct call out to the second game. That's why whenever it was like I found an abandoned village that wasn't on any map, I kind of was like, I wonder if they're about to actually. And then the very next fucking page, it was like, yeah, Miyu and Mayu. Like, oh, okay. I keep calling me Mio and Mayu. Could this be the same camera, same as the camera obscura I saw in my dream? That being said, it does make sense that, that it would have to be like here at this, somebody would, in order for it to be in this game, somebody would have had to take it, and, but it like take it from, Mio from the second game. And somehow you'd have to come into Ray's possession, right? So it makes sense that there's a connection there. I didn't expect it to be such a direct connection, though. Also, rip your 70,000 points. This is older than one in my dream, and the inscription on the back is illegible. Even so, it does look very similar to the camera obscura. Tried pushing the shutter button, but there was no response. Looks like it's broken. Still an old film inside the camera obscura. Apparently, Canny is 120. Yeah, so that's why I said that the Crimson Butterfly ending is actually the canon ending to Fatal Frame 2. Or not the reason why, but I knew that the Crimson Butterfly was the canon ending. Because not only is it the one that's like it's foreshadowed throughout the entire game that Mayu is going to die. The entire game leads up to that point where Mio has to kill Mayu. musty film. Film looks pretty old, but it doesn't seem to have been spoiled by being exposed at all. What could be on it? I wonder if I can develop it in the dark room. The wall textures are freaking the fuck out, man. Never met him personally, but he was a friend of you. He used to write from time to time. You seems to have known a lot of people, both professionally and privately. According to the letter, he and you were doing research into urban legends. Maybe the camera obscura was somehow connected with that. I should tell him about the accident. I mean, by this point, the camera obscura would start to become an urban legend in itself. An old camera etched with the words camera obscura. I found a camera like the one I picked up in my dream in Yu's room. Apparently, Kai sent it to him. Is this the same camera I saw in my dream?
It seems like you're having a lot of nightmares lately. Are you all right? It's raining again.
Probably just a coincidence. Yeah, no connection at all to her dream. I think there's a little bit of a missed opportunity to like be able to like show the camera to Miku and see how she reacts to it, because she used it in the first game. Runs away screaming. I mean, they said that Mio like reacted pretty negatively towards it, so it'd be interesting to see how Miku actually does, or like I said, does react to it. Can see my face reflected in the mirror above the wash basin. Maybe I've lost a little weight again. Miku takes care of washing the clothes too. It's real help. Never been good at housework. She's been complaining the past few days that she can't hang the clothes out to dry because of the rain. Oh, I was literally about to ask where the dryer was. No one in the bath. Even when I'm busy, I like to soak in the tub every day. Recently, though, I've just been taking showers. Clothes chest that Miku brought with her from home. Inside are Miko's kimonos and and the funeral mourning that I have worn just once. As well as cushions and bedding in the closet. Or the closet is full of used old books. Still where we left them when we first moved in. Never looked inside of them. Guess they must be something to do with his work. Use altar. You. That's that's not healthy. That's actually actively unhealthy. Me? No, you. In this cardboard box are plastic bottles containing developer and fixer fluid for developing photographs. And plastic barrel is the kerosene we use in the winter. It's supposed to be a storeroom, really, but they put in a sink so I could develop my pictures here. Old oil film from inside the camera obscura. There's definitely something on the film. I wonder if I can develop it. An image has appeared of a crying woman, just as I thought. Must have taken this during that dream. Camera obscura, the abandoned house, the picture I took in my dream. Maybe if I investigate this woman, I can find something out. Having altars like that at home is pretty common. I can tell you that that I do not have an altar like that. Saves going to the cemetery. It's not healthy. Having an altar like that is not healthy. And I'll tell you specifically why it's not healthy to have something like that. Because anytime that you walk past that altar, you are immediately reminded of that person, that incident at the moment that it happened, that their death happened. You're reminded of the days leading up to it and everything like that, the bad moments. It's actively not healthy to have stuff like that. Not freaked out that a picture you took in your dream is now in your hand. Hey, listen. None of the Fatal Frame protagonists react like particularly proper to weird things happening. Don't have any film we can develop. It's a box where I keep my films and printing paper. In a shelf, I keep negatives of my work photos. Knocked on the toilet door, but it looks like no one's inside. Miku, about the woman in his picture, I was wondering if I could get you to try and find out as much about her as you can. Anything is fine. Yes, well, this is a very old picture, so... Ray, I found it in used room. It's okay if you can't find anything. There was just something about her.
Understood. I'll let you know if I find anything.
If you show photos you've developed to Miku, sometimes you can ask her to investigate them for you. If you have them investigated, you can come talk to Miku later to get books and other information. Night is falling. You can check the bed with the you can sleep. By checking the camera obscure on the desk, you can save your progress. Oh, we can use the camera to save. See what's going on. Do a little bit of night exploring. Can we knock on Mika's door? Mika's room. No. Okay.
This dream. Again.
Ah, shit. Here we go again. Let's see if there's anything. Let's see if we can go through that big door now. Nope, still cannot. Corner of the room is old suture stands. You can see into the room, or into the next room through a lattice window in the alcove wall. Small image. Hang on. There we go. On top of the pedestal. Ooh, I see items. Or an item, I should say. But I don't want to. Piece of paper or something on the floor. Memo and a shaky hand. It's not my fault. I didn't choose to survive. Oh, okay. The woman again. Alcove's decorated with a small image and hang a scroll. Looks like there was originally a landscape painting on the scroll, but not much is left of it now. Sewing tin cookies? Cool. What? The magical Dane's cooking tin that always has sewing supplies in it. Bought one so could nom on cookies. I've never heard of that before. Surface of the folding screen is peeling, color's pretty much faded, it's pretty old. Some shining on the floor. Oh, nice. Type 14 film. Oh, and it's made in Germany. Look, look, look. Made in Germany. Well, Japanese chest, there doesn't seem to be anything inside. Maybe this was a storeroom for this disused old furniture. Two ink boxes on top of an old Japanese chest. The lacquer on the outside of the box is peeling and the color has faded. Of course, the Germans would have a solution to exorcism. Journey? What? But yes, naturally Germans would have the solution. Inside there's some old towels and cloths, nothing to get too excited about. Basket in some kind of little cupboard. Trunk, old clothes. Small kimono inside the chest. Looks like something a young girl might have worn. Like maybe Sadako from the first game. I don't know how well that came through on stream, but the little indicator thing like came onto the screen the minute I hit the top of the stairs. Seems to be a door on the wall behind the chest. Maybe it leads up to the roof. Try to move the chest, but it's too heavy. Probably only a man can move it. Or, you know, a woman that's not a buck tin soaking wet. Kind of part of the camera obscura. Required equip function alarm. Isn't this a dream? Give yourself super strength. No, it's a nightmare. Meaning that you're even weaker. Indicates the fatal frame. While being attacked by a ghost, the top part of the viewfinder may flash red and an alarm will ring. This instant is more powerful than a shutter chance, the fatal frame. If you shoot during a fatal frame, you can prepare the ghost backwards and inflict great damage. Get another shot with the ghost being repelled. You can perform a chain shot combo. Image something has emerged in the photo. Seems to be a picture of somewhere else. Pretty sure it was... Oh, no, that lantern, or that paper lantern was on the other side. Maybe it was this one then. Okay. He's definitely going to attack me. That is quite a bit of blood. I might use shrine hangings. Some rope and a bit of zigzag paper. Top of the trunk is an old wooden box. Side box contains old containers. Oh, got some Type 61 film. Chest on the shelf has been pulled out a bit. Try to look inside, but it's too heavy. I can't pull it out any further. There are boxes and baskets lined up on a big shelf. There are old clothes and things inside. Old Japanese chest. There doesn't seem to be anything inside. Maybe it was never used. This is a tall chest. Outer surface is rotted away from the damp, and the decoration is peeled away. Red cloth hanging over a broken mirror. How do you know it's broken? There's stone slate on the doors. Several stones are inlaid. Probably a contrivance to unlock it. That is a like $3 word there. You tried, but it won't open. There's a Minute script engraved on the stone slab. Engrave in the pedestal the same number of panes as engraved on the sleeping stone. Shit. Oh. Missed that.
It's the child's fault.
Is this... You know what? I'm not gonna say anything. I'll keep that comment to myself. Presence in front of the door is fading.
Didn't do anything wrong. It's not my fault. What are these?
Seen to the room through the decorative window on the wall. Elegant formal room with bedding spread out on tatami mats.
Escape. Please. Help me. I didn't want to survive. I haven't done anything wrong. The tattoos. I can't escape from dreams. I didn't do anything wrong.
Max spirit power charge. If you power up, possible charge amount increases. Huh.
I didn't do anything wrong. It's not my fault. What are these tattoos?
Called out, but there's no reply. Notebook or something is lying at the feet of the crouching woman.
Escape.
Burnt passport.
Me. Help me.
Surname Takigawa. Given name Yoshi.
I haven't
Nationality Japan. Registered domicile Shizuoka.
my dreams.
Been pretty badly scorched, but I can just make out thin traces of writing. Yoshino Takigawa. Could this be her name?
Oh no. It's too late. I can't escape.
Woman on the film in the camera obscura whom I saw running lost through the dream manor. Her name is written in the charged passport that fell at her feet. Yoshino Takigawa. Does such person really exist?
I didn't do anything wrong. You should wake up. Please help me. Please wake me up. I didn't do anything wrong. Why?
Lady sure can talk. What's funny is that she's like she actually may be the best actress in the game. I'm gonna close the current. Okay, there's still nothing new there. See if Miku has anything. Note's been left on the kitchen counter. Dear Ray, I've gone out to do some research on the woman from the other day. I'll be back later this evening. Make sure you eat breakfast, okay? Miku. Any dish on the kitchen counter, breakfast of perfectly made rice balls have been prepared.
Hello?
Ray, it's Miku.
I was able to get the name and address of the woman in the photo. Yoshino Takigawa. She's the only survivor of a plane crash that happened the other day. I knew I had seen her before. It all came together when I asked one of the editors. It seems that she's still being hospitalized. I'll tell you the location of the hospital. Yoshino Takigawa?
I heard from the hospital that she's been asleep for a long time, and no one has been able to wake her.
That is a really high-pitched noise.
Did you go to the hospital?
Mm-hmm.
She got the dogs out. Pain flared up again after my dream of the empty house. Since the vision I had that day, I keep seeing the house in my dreams. The pain I felt when the tattooed woman trusts me. It's the bruise, the dream, the house. Are they connected to you somehow? Or am I just tired? Yoshino Takigawa. Let's see. Blue pattern appeared on her body the instant before she vanished. What was it? Is it connected to the dream or to the woman in my dream? And if so, sole survivor of the plane crash, slept constantly in the hospital after the accident until the day she disappeared in front of my eyes. Sorry, I think I have a piece of cat hair in my nose.
Ray? Are you having trouble sleeping?
Miku, I wonder what happened to her. They just said that she disappeared on TV. Ray, you saw her just before it happened, but do you know? Do you happen to know something about her? Any other dialogue or not? No. Okay. Take that as a yes. Just walk away. I see some at the end of the hall. Bars in the wall by my feet. Cold air blowing in from the other side. It looks like another corridor, like the one, or like this one on the other side of the wall. Someone's reflecting light. Herbal medicine. They must sure like termites. Plenty of wood to chew on. That's for sure. Still cannot open up that door. Okay. Okay. Just it just decided to fall. I mean, hey, it happens in real life enough. Why not? Shit just falls because of reason. Hmm. Oh shit. I guess they just don't have a shutter chance. Oh yeah, they're really fucking weak. Oh shit, she's an enemy too. I was not expecting that.
You aren't like me. You're not like me.
Sure, I hate this weaponized victim mentality. It was not weaponized victimhood. Weaponized victimhood is whenever you use the fact that you try to frame everything as being a victim. What she has is what's commonly known as survivor's guilt. Saw the bruise clearly when I woke. Pain was worse than yesterday. The bruise is spreading. A spreading bruise. Yoshino Takegawa had a bruise like this before she vanished. She was in the dream too. Was she having these same dreams? The bruise, the dreams. What do they mean? But yeah, no, weaponized victimhood is where you make any situation, even if you're not the fucking victim, you make yourself the victim through some metric. Miku, Ray, this Yoshino Takigawa diary. Or, I'm sorry, this is Yoshino Takigawa's diary. They asked me to take care of it at the hospital since her family were all killed in the accident. They didn't seem to feel comfortable keeping it around the hospital. Was I right to accept it? Do they do the month or the day, they do year, day, month in no, it's day, month, year in Japan. So this would be October 8th. October 8th, sunny. Heard it's good for the heart to write in a diary and have someone read it. By doing this, maybe I'll stop seeing that terrible dream. I'm sad being all alone. If I can have someone read this in some way, maybe I will connect with them. No, it actually is in, whatever you want to call it, American, the American way of, dating things. So this would be, August is the 8th month, so this would be August 10th and August 11th. August 11th, cloudy. My family in Niowa died. Being alone is more frightening than ever. That's than even that harsh fact. More than the accident itself, being the only one living afterwards, waiting endlessly, that was more frightening. Left all alone in total darkness, a sweltering night but freezing cold. August 13th, cloudy. Had a nasty dream. Snow fell on an old abandoned house. I'm all alone and lost. They might be all in the house. I can meet them. I sense that. If I go in, I can meet them. They're calling me. But if I return, or if I go in, I may not be able to return. But if that's what he wants. August 18th. Bit by bit, I go in deeper. I'm cold. It's getting dark. I can hear a song. No, he is there. Mom, Dad, everyone, besides me. All in there. They all left me behind. Left me and went in. Because only I survived. 8:27 rain. It's painful. Is the pain the dream? The tattoo spreads. Doctor says he can't see anything. Overseas, they apparently call emotional trauma after an accident like this PTSD. But I can see it. Someday, rainy. After sleeping several days, I'm only half awake. Gradually, I come not to know whether I'm awake or asleep. Doctor seemed interested when he listened to my story. Maybe he is becoming more sympathetic. But that dream and the pain are mine alone. Pain is spreading. Rainy? Not sure. Am I to blame, since I'm the only one who survived? But it's not like I chose to survive. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. What should I do? What? Forgive me. That woman is coming after me. I can see her even when I'm awake. I can't take being touched again. I don't want to see anymore. And totally, I'll give you a good example of weaponized, victimhood or the weaponized victim mentality. In a video game that actually released recently. And is in a popular series, Silent Hill F. Hinako uses weaponized victimhood because no matter what the situation, she is always somehow the victim. Her mom's abused by her dad. She's the victim. Not her mom. She's the victim. Her sister goes off and gets married. She's the victim of that. Somehow it's not about her sister. No, she's the victim. That's weaponized victimhood mentality. It's actually a narcissistic personality trait, and it's directly correlated to narcissism, where you frame everything around you. Sounds like the perfect anime protagonist. Listen, I hated Silent Hill F. I think that people that are glazing it right now are acting. They're either stupid or acting in bad faith. Miku, about the photo you gave me. Holy shit. There are marks on her. Don't you think they look like tattoos? Yoshino Takigawa and the woman who attacked me in my dream both had the same tattoo. Now the same pattern is spreading across my body ever since she touched me in that dream. The dream, the bruise, the manner, they're all connected to her they're all somehow connected to her. She attacked me like someone out of her mind. She went missing from the hospital and appeared in my dream. She attacked me like someone out of her mind. A tattoo-like bruise covered her entire body. Now the same tattoo is spreading across my body. If it carries on like this, then I... Make another save real quick. Also, another interesting thing, this game only has 5 save slots instead of 8. I don't know why they would do that. That's actually a little weird. Because the first 2 games both had 8 save slots. Sorry, I noticed the camera was like off center and it was bothering me. Is this that place from yesterday? Hour 2, Manner of Sleep. Something on the floor where Yoshino Takegawa was crouching yesterday. 4-point well key. Looks like an old key, red with rust. A 4-point well pattern has been carved into the handle. Oh, I didn't even see that. Oh, yeah, I see him. There's another one, I think, that was behind me. Did that open? Yeah, this 100% opened.
Let this priestess never awaken from her dream for all eternity.
Eternity? Huh. Okay. That was odd. Damn it. I'd already run past there whenever I think there's because I think the area by the entrance may also have that may also be the same key pattern. Let's go to do that one first. Because there's the thing upstairs, there's the thing downstairs, and then there's the thing at the front entrance. And all three of them, I'm pretty sure the thing at the front entrance also has the same pattern. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it does. I hear shit happening, but my indicator's not up. So, whatever's happening is just noisy. Oh, there's the indicator. Okay. The sound just started playing early. Must be the wind. Must have been the wind. Pills passed down from the olden days. Use them partially to restore your health. I think I'm good for now, at least. Get a few more items before I start, throwing around. Plus, it does regenerate my health every single time, Ray wakes up and, then proceeds to go back to sleep. Oh no, it's notched arrow. Okay. Okay. The one up. The. Oh god. Okay.
Don't you know? Don't you know? Don't you know?
Okay. Yeah, this is very if these encounters are like random, that's it's very Fatal Frame 1-esque in that regard. Okay, so I know that the thing at the top of the ladder, I'm pretty sure that is a bell design. I can double check real quick, but I'm pretty sure this needs the bell key. Suddenly beats the trigger. This is my first time playing the third game. It's gonna be my first time playing the fourth game, and it'll be my first time playing the fifth game as well. So I only have experience with the first three games. I have a lot of experience with 2, because I played that one growing up on the Xbox. And 2 is a very easy game. Like I was saying whenever I was playing, I was like, there's nothing inherently wrong with a inherently easy game. It just is an easy game. And going like directly from 1 to 2, it was a lot nicer. Because one fucking takes your lunch money, kicks you, pisses on you, and then tells you to deal with it. It's like going over to Ray and telling her just get over it. Okay, yeah, definitely. These are definitely randomized encounters. But no, Fatal Frame 1 is brutal. Okay, I got another image to develop. That seems like a bad situation to be in, though. That kind of sucks. Make out traces of an old joint in the wall. Tried to move it, but it's shut tight. Could there be something inside? Probably.
I remember now. I remember this place.
In my restless dreams. An image of something has been caught in the photo. Nice. Okay, got 2 photos to develop. Before I do anything, I'm gonna go check that door that needs to be unlocked from upstairs. Whoa! Hello. How are you doing? Thanks for greeting me with a fucking... with like fucking hurting me. That's very nice. You dick. Oh, he's gonna fucking go... Yeah, he ran and fucking hid. And then decided to come back and like try to fucking attack again. Get out of here, you fucking bitch. Oh no, it's 2 of them. Someone on the ground where the man in white was. Oh shit, the sleeping stone. Carved in relief into the lithograph stone. The size of one of my palms is a horizontal line, like the character for one. There's a raised bump on the back of the stone, maybe for fitting into something. That actually unlocks the thing upstairs. That's right. I actually kind of forgot that it was actually something for the lithograph. Oh, this needs a lock. Another lock. Or it needs a lock. It needs a key for the lock. Image of 2 mandarins. And the daydream you is in here. I see that town. I gotta stop with the fucking Silent Hill 2 references. I've been having it on my mind. This feels very inspired by Silent Hill 2. Even though the second Fatal Frame came out, like after the second Fatal Frame game came out after Silent Hill 2, of course, and would have been the most appropriate to like try and capture Silent Hill 2's ideology. But if I had to take a guess, Fatal Frame 2 might have been written before Silent Hill 2 was released. It's actually a little strange that they decided to go this route, because by 2006, you know, like I said, this was post RE4. After fitting in Sleeping Stone, the contraption begins to move. Engrave the pedestal, same number of panes as are engraved on the Sleeping Stone. Where's the Sleeping Stone at? Is it in that courtyard? Probably. But yeah, no, it has been on my mind since like with like the whole like aspect of like the dream world being used to like both harm and force somebody to deal with the issues that they have internally. That very much Silent Hill 2. It's gotta be this thing, right? I guess not. I think there was another door in here. Let me double check. And by the way, I'm not criticizing the game for going that route. Like, I joke about like the games being like the biggest games ever, but that's not actually, it's not entirely a joke. When like, for instance, Resident Evil came out, it was the biggest game ever. When Resident Evil 2 came out, it was the biggest game ever. When Silent Hill 2 came out, it was the biggest game ever. And then whenever Resident Evil 4 came out, it literally was the biggest game ever. So even though I constantly say that, it's because whenever they released, they were the biggest game ever during that time. And a lot of games were trying to follow in those footsteps. To be fair, RE is unusual because they really have pseudoscience. Well, yeah, that's... I'm not saying that, you know, Fatal Frame has never tried to like follow in RE's footsteps. RE is the East doing Western action with some horror thrown in. Whereas, you know, Silent Hill is the East doing Western horror, and I said this earlier. The Silent Hill is the East doing Western horror, while Fatal Frame is the East doing Eastern horror. Because Silent Hill is very obviously inspired by American cinema, in terms of like American horror movies, as opposed to like Fatal Frame, and especially the first Fatal Frame. The first Fatal Frame is super inspired by Japanese horror films. Fatal Frame and Silent Hill are super cold. Yeah, it is a little bit different because while there's an aspect to both of them that is a lot different between like how they handle their you know, like zealot you know, those crazy zealot religions that are created for the games. Whereas Silent Hill is ultimately, the occult in Silent Hill is a malevolent force. You know, the people that they're trying to literally birth the demon god that is going to end the entire world. And that's, you know, hyperbole and everything. With the whole like demon god thing, but they literally are going to birth the creature that is going to end the entire world. Whereas Fatal Frame, their occult, that occult, you know, in both the first and second game by extension, actually are, while their methods are inherently evil, they're doing it for ultimately a benevolent purpose, which is to keep the gates of hell locked. Passage gets even smaller up ahead. Can feel wind flowing through the smaller end of the passage. I wonder where it leads to. Looks so narrow, only a child or small woman would be able to get through. I mean, you're pretty small, right? If you got on hands and knees, you fit through there. Like I said earlier, she's a $110 soaking wet. But I have a feeling that we're probably gonna have to return here with like Miku. Because Miku's much smaller. But yeah, no, I don't want to get like twisted, like saying that, you know, I'm criticizing Fatal Frame 3 for, you know, like getting inspiration and following the footsteps of Silent Hill 2. I will criticize Silent Hill as a franchise for constantly trying to do Silent Hill 2 again. That I can absolutely do. And I have many times. Because ever since Silent Hill 2 came out, except for Silent Hill 3 and 4, you know, the Team Silent games. Let me actually just rephrase that. Ever since Team Silent was disbanded, every single Silent Hill game after that tried to do Silent Hill 2, but didn't understand what Silent Hill 2 was and just did it worse. Okay, I don't know where this stone is. To like match the code up. It says it's sleeping stone. Grave pedestal, same number of panes as grave. Oh, you know what? I think I might know how to do this. Is it this? No. It would have to be this because I can't match them up if on any other thing. It's literally impossible. I'm not going to look up the answer. I'm going to look where the sleeping stone actually is. That way I can just find it. Or find the answer for myself, I should say. Wait, what? Engraved in the pedestal, the same number of panes as are engraved in the sloop. Okay, that is okay. So I looked. I guess I just wasn't reading this. That thing that I have is the sleeping stone. Same number of panes, though. I don't know what that. That's why I was thinking it was all ones, but I. Okay, hang on. Yeah, there's nothing else about it. See, I can do 1, 2, 3. That's the thing that I'm not. I don't know if this is just, you know, a translation thing, or what it is, or what I'm supposed to do. Because I did this earlier. Oops. But that's not it. This turns into that. And that's there. And that's there. But I think this one's also... Oh. Okay. For some reason, I thought this one... Oops. I literally got that by accident. It changes, maybe it changes. No, I literally just I got that by accident because I thought that this one wasn't able to, I thought this tablet, which was over here, wasn't able to move all the way over. I thought it was like these where it only had a limited amount that it could move over. I thought it wasn't able to get over here. Which is why I was stumped for a minute. The door on the side of the roof or rock across the roof. I was literally like looking. I was like, "Where's the sleeping stone?" I was like, "Well, if you killed the two guys, you got it." Pause the load behind the door. Open door. Pass through. Unload. Yeah. Actually, I could be wrong about the first game. But I do know that Fatal Frame 2 also does that. But the Xbox had a hard drive in it. Always did. And not only that, the Xbox was faster. And not only that, I had it installed to the I had the game installed to the hard drive. This is still at its core emulating, like partially emulating the PS2, which didn't have a hard drive, only had memory cards, and well, mine isn't, modded. I think you can put a hard drive inside of a PS2 if you like hard mod it. I haven't explored a whole lot of like the modding scene on the any of the PlayStation consoles, honestly. Actually, on any console besides the Xbox, because the Xbox is my favorite console ever made. So it's the one that I've really invested a lot of knowledge and time in, like, learning the hard mods, the soft mods, until eventually I bought the story of how I got this Xbox, by the way, is kind of interesting. So this is not the Xbox I grew up with. That's in a closet. Because I have save data on there that's like 20 something years old at this point. I replace the thermal paste every 5 years on it. And that's all I do with that console because I don't want it damaged or anything. This one I actually bought off eBay. And it came with a 500 gig hard drive because I didn't want to try to hunt down like an IDE hard drive. So it came with the 500 gig hard drive, and originally, I think it had some other like dashboard on it. I hated that dashboard; it sucked. So I flashed Unleash X onto it. And I added a bunch of stuff like DVD to Xbox, all that kind of stuff, so that I could take my rip my games and put them onto the hard drive. I've FTP'd a couple games, all that kind of stuff. So the story of how it was actually like, and not only that, the sellers sold it as for parts or repair, but the only thing that was actually wrong with it was that one of I guess whenever they fucking opened it up, they did something. Whenever they removed the clock capacitor and they bridged two connectors, all I had to do was literally take a desoldering gun and suck up the solder that was bridging the two connectors and turn it on. Worked like a charm. So I got this thing for like $70. Something is reflecting light on the floor. Mandarin's powder has been cardinaled key. Okay, we got 2 Mandarins thing. Found part for the camera obscura. Have acquired equip function evade. Condition of escape: when you're caught by a ghost, if you're timing pressing the shoot button is good, you can evade the attack. Oh, okay. That's nice. Oh. I guess we're gonna get a demonstration or something. I'm actually out of Type 14 film. That's the first time that's happened in any of the games. Okay, the 2 Mandarin key was for the space that was outside. Yeah, the where we saw you going. But yeah, no, as much as I love PCSX2, it's like strict commitment to like just emulate the PS2 is a touch frustrating because Duck Station had you can emulate, just straight emulate the PS1, or you can dial in the settings and make it basically like you're like actually playing a souped up PS1. It's the same courtyard and tomb from that daydream. In the dream, you was inside. There's old film and the camera obscure. Yep, we gotta develop more film. Got musty film. I love that it calls it musty film. It's pretty funny. Oh man. It's always funny to me to see like because it's not common. I could be wrong about the modern day. I'm pretty sure it's still not common for people in Japan to have central AC. I know it's not common in Europe. It's always really strange to see because here in Texas, anywhere has central AC because it's fucking hot here. Inside the house was a courtyard. It was snowing. There was a line of graves and an even old house looming up behind. The men who appeared in the black stained corridor wearing ragged white robes and tall court hats. Was it their voices I heard through the corridor walls moaning? What was happening to them in there? Freaking UK thinks 80 degrees Fahrenheit is heat warning. That's pretty. That's not even early spring. That's like fall weather. By early spring, we're already in the high 80s here. You know, that's like fall weather and, you know, like end of like February weather.
Yes. Kurosawa speaking?
Miku. Ray, it's Miku. Good morning. Gather together all information I got from the editor about the woman yesterday. I wanted you to see it. They're like, nobody needs AC. Yeah, come to America, either Midwest or South this summer and try again. Go to fucking Miami in the dead of fucking August. Not only that, I've actually had people from the UK try to say that Americans don't understand their weather because they have humidity. And I'm like, I literally live in Houston, a coastal city that's off the warmest body of water, like the warmest body of water connected to an ocean on the planet Earth. I'm like, it's humid here and it's hot. I'm like, you don't understand what the heat is like over here. Not the other way around. I could probably go over there and I'd be like, oh yeah, this is pretty nice. Not only that, their houses actually are built better. You know, their infrastructure is built better than ours. They have more insulation because it gets cold there. They have to keep the heat in, which also means that it keeps the heat out for a long period of time. Now, yes, whenever it got up to like 40 C or whatever, which is like 105 degrees, yeah, that sucked. That sucked whenever you don't have AC. Because it's raining 90% of the time. I don't know why it rains over in the UK so much. That is really weird. Like, it rains a lot here, but it rains more over there. Blame all the steam bats in Norway. Gather together. Okay. Miku, I gathered together all the information I got from the editor about the woman yesterday. I wanted you to see it. It's laying on the desk in my room, so please go take a look at it if you like. I've gotten a little worried about all this. There's one other thing I wanted to check out. There's one other thing I wanted to check out. I'll be back after I finish.
I understand. Thanks.
One thing I do know for an absolute fact is that it also gets extremely hot in Japan during the summer, which is why I was, in a couple of other games, I was like, I don't understand why they have like paper doors. Wouldn't that just not do very well? Supposed to be, well, yeah, obviously. I need to develop stuff, though. Looks like the grave mound in the courtyard by the Sarah. Maybe I can learn something from this photo. Black human-shaped stains mark the walls of narrow corridor. Maybe I can find something out about this. Oops. Narrow corridor on the other side of the door where I heard the moaning was strung with sacred rope and paper. The walls were covered with human-shaped stains. There was a black stain left behind where Yoshino Takigawa vanished. Did something happen on those walls as well? Potentially. Allegedly, something happened. Oh, shit. Starting to follow her into the real world. Actually, you know what? This may not be inspired by Silent Hill 2. I'm wondering if this was inspired by Pulse. For like the 4 people that saw Pulse. That was I think it was like a 2004 J horror film that kind of came out during like the whole like J horror craze. And it had a lot to do with like both aspects of like emotional trauma, but also technology on top of it. Not quite as technology focused as like One Missed Call or something. One Missed Call is like 100% technology focused. And yes, I have seen quite a few of these movies. I've seen Blackwater. I've seen Ringwa. I've seen One Missed Call. I grew up during the fucking J horror craze, so sue me. These darn squatters are everywhere. They took her jibs. I don't know why that reminded me of that, but it did. Clothes still hanging in the closet. Decided not to tie them away. Once they were in boxes, I knew they'd never come out again. Bookshelves are full of volumes of folklore, philosophy, and anthropology. All books you used for his work, or ones that were published by his company. There was a time when I used to be interested in them, but it was only a passing phase. In the bookcase is the book Occultism that Amakura, not Akamura, Amakura wrote about in his letter. The camera obscura is a device used to capture the other world, made by occultist Kunihiko Asao from the late 19th to the early 20th century. Damn. God damn, man. Like, that was like that was like the early days of like whenever they were just starting to make cameras and shit. He tried to communicate with and get proof. Oh, okay. He tried to communicate with and get proof of this other world. The term occultist refers to people involved in the movement to verify Eastern thought using contemporary Western technology. Kunihiko Asao is a prime example of such an occultist. The camera obscura was one of his quintessential experiments. He modified the, at the time, still rare camera by adding a special lens and film. It was supposed to capture unbelievable things normally invisible to the naked eye, like a so-called different phase interval and spirits and ghosts. They're very rare nowadays, but apparently these cameras still traded among curio dealers. Most have been broken, and we have lost the chance to see the other world, as well as Asao's achievements for eternity. A scholar of the occult who lived in the second half of the 19th century used new technology of the West to make various machines designed to prove the existence of the other world. The camera obscura was one of his inventions. According to the book, it could photograph supernatural objects existing on an alternate plane. I almost said astral. Was he somehow connected to the manor? Designed by a man with the same surname as you, Asao, to photograph images of spirits and ghosts. But what was the camera doing inside the manor? Good question. Is it the same camera? Typed handwritten letters on the desk along with several books. I've hardly touched anything in here since that day. I just can't bring myself to tidy everything away. Notebook left out on top of the desk. Perhaps somebody was in the middle of working. On the urban legend. Many of the urban legends classified as Lost Village are modeled on real incidents, such as a village was ruined when one villager massacred the others. They are often an amalgamation of well-known actual incidents, legend, and oral tradition. Settings such as the isolated mountain village or bygone customs like night trysts or ceremonies often act to trigger the incidents themselves. And these in turn become the motif for the urban legends. The reason for the popularity of urban legends may lie in the notion of the view of the country from the city, or the modern bias towards the ancient. To people in the modern city, the village is the wilderness. That's true. People do actually view that way. And those who live there are different. Perhaps that scorn or fear finds expression in the urban legend. Yeah, this is actually incredibly true for people who live in the city. Whenever you go to a smaller town, and people in a smaller town are different. Like, it's just a different culture, right? You know, everybody knows everybody and all that kind of crap. But yeah, I think that this is definitely like these people are out of touch or out of date. Is definitely it because this game is supposed to take place in the 70s. Definitely a very like I'm sorry, 80s. Definitely, it's still a thing, honestly. Even more so. But this was kind of like a thing that was starting to develop around the 60s, and like started reaching its peak, or like where it started like really skyrocketing during the 80s. For that reason, the setting of the legend must be the isolated mountain village. Further, bygone customs are attractive elements that end up acting to provoke the incident. As a case in point, there's a story about the area around the Minakami Dam where Mayu went missing. The Lost Village in the mountains of the Minakami area. There was once a massacre in the so-called Lost Village. Years ago, on a night of a certain festival, there was a great massacre, and the village disappeared from the map. We know what happened. Only one woman survived. If you walk in the forest where the village once lay, there's a small guardian statue, and if you continue, you will come to the shrine gate that forms the entrance to the village. If you should pass through the gate, you'll never return. Night of the massacre continues in this village, where day will never again break. And the woman's horrific laugh rings through the village. Next, we have the Manor of Bizarre Murders, where the same tragedy recurs. Scale smaller, but generally speaking, it resembles the pattern of the village and is made of elements based on true incidents. Below is an example of this. Has to do with Mafuyu's disappearance. The House of Mutilation in the mountain. In the mountain area of Himuro, there remains manor where years ago there was said to be a massacre. We also know what happened with that. There have always been vanishings in the nearby forest, and many of the spirited away are said to end up in the manor. Their corpses have been found with both hands, legs, and heads severed off. All right, that's pretty brutal. That was more implied in the first game. They're just straight up saying it now. One more example is seemingly related. Manor of Sleep. What we're doing right now. Urban legend that I'm researching now. Manor of Sleep legend was picked up in various magazines in the 1960s, but incidents very similar characteristics can be found here and there in older media. Newspaper from the early 1900s, and this newspaper is from the early 1900s. Of no relation to the Manor of Sleep legend was taken up, but the background of the spirited away and those people later conditions bear many similarities to the Manor of Sleep urban legend. I'm still investigating, but these incidents may trace back to the 19th century, and I have seen legends in several folklore books that may have become the basis for the Manor of Sleep. Perhaps this is what Kai was asking to investigate. Add a well-organized notebook. I've written legends to your file. May find related books and documents in bookcases or desks. Old newspapers stuck in the notebook. Series of vanishings across region. According to sources, before dawn yesterday, a mother and daughter who lived in Miyujin village went missing. The missing are Maki Kuzuhara, and her daughter Kozu. Since last year, the two have been searching for Kuzuhara's missing husband. The two reportedly wandered the mountains nearly every day. The informant says, I hadn't seen them for several days, so I went to visit them. There was no answer, so I went inside, but they were gone. I only saw some black soot like marks. Oops. Similar disappearances are being reported across the area, and some are calling them spirited aways. According to a notebook left on his desk, Yuzu was doing some research for Kai Amakura. His notes are full of accounts of old urban legends and newspaper clippings about disappearances and people who were spirited away. Bare shelf are old bits of machinery used to collect. They're not quite impressive enough to be called antiques. They just look like old machines. Still have no idea what made him want to collect them. Still remember him telling me about it once or twice, but maybe I wasn't really listening properly. Damn. Boom, roasted. Thin ray of sunlight comes through the drawn curtains. It's always raining here. Whenever I hear the sound of rain, I can't help but thinking back to what happened that day. Oh, you actually can go in if you just click on it or press on it twice. Click on it. Bag with Japanese pattern hands on the wall. Somber kind of pattern for a girl not yet out of her teens. How old is Miku then? On the desk are a small dressing mirror and a lamp with a paper shade. Miku made the shade and the cloth that hangs over the mirror itself. But yeah, that is a good question of like, how old is Miku then? Because she's, you know, a teenager in the first game. This takes place about 2 years later. I would have figured she's about 18 now. Because I figured she was like around 16 or 17 in the first game, but maybe she was more like 14 or 15. On the chest of drawers is a Japanese doll dressed in red that Miku brought with her from home. Actually, I want to look this up because I'm actually kind of interested now. Like, how young was she whenever she had to see, like, or had to, like, basically, you know, lose her brother? Or not basically, she did lose her brother, rather. Oh, okay. Okay. She is 17 in the first game. She's 19 in this game. It means like out of her teen, like where you're like your age is connected to teen. That could just actually be a regional thing. I'm gonna be like completely honest. That actually could be a regional thing because whenever we think of teen here in America, we think of those under the age of 18. But you know, between the ages of 13 and 17. Even though technically you are still a teenager at 18 and 19, but we, you know, that's the age we consider adult. So yeah, that's probably a regional thing. On the chest of drawers is a Japanese doll dressed in red that Miku brought with her from home. Miku always keeps her desk so neatly arranged. There's a pile of reference materials and Miku's notes on the desk. She says you had to put them together for me. The woman in the photograph, Yoshino Takigawa, she's only... Ow, I just fucking hit my thumb like this on the edge of my desk. Oh, shit, that hurt. She was the only survivor of the plane crash that occurred in August. Following is a commitment, Jesus Christ. a comment from a reporter named Ozawa who covered it. When the plane crashed, Mr. Takegawa was thrown out of the aircraft and was mostly untouched by the fire. Also, the arbor where she was thrown became a cushion, and she was thus miraculously safe. Was researching the paper walls thing? Go ahead. Rin rescued. Her external injuries were mild burns, bruises, and scrapes. It was determined there was no threat to her life, but it took 4 days to find her, and she was very dehydrated, weak, and distressed, and she seemed to be suffering mentally. During those 4 days, she was surrounded by other victims, her relatives, and her lovers' corpses. That fucked a lot of people up. Next is what I heard from someone at hospital admissions. After hospitalization, she was extremely frightened of being alone or sleeping. She apparently had frightening dreams and would even hurt herself to stay awake. But over time, the amount she slept grew longer until she spent most of the day sleeping. At first, it was thought she was sleeping due to her psychological trauma she was experiencing, but her condition gradually grew worse, and she would sleep for 3 days straight. When she woke, she would complain of hallucinations, pain, or there were bruises all over my body. As her hallucinations grew worse, she became less responsive to outside stimulus during her waking hours. It would sometimes mutter deliriously or sing lullabies. In the past several days, she hasn't woken, and the rest is as Ray saw. This is also just a hospital rumor, but the staff has a long-standing urban legend amongst themselves about patients like Takegawa, who they call lost patients. All right, hang on one sec. Shoji walls were made to be removable and to increase airflow for the hotter months and increase open space during the winter. They'll use something like katatsu to stay warm. Why does katatsu sound familiar? Katatsu are tables with heaters underneath. That's incredibly strange. But the reason that I was like, that I've always kind of like, yeah, increase airflow during the hot months and stuff. But to what end? Because they were still using shoji walls as late as like the 1980s, when after the advent of, as we can see, AC, for instance. Hell, they might still use it today. I don't know. Some places they still do, but they also have electric fans. It's so strange. I don't know. I mean, fundamentally, I think that's strange that, places don't have like central AC, because the first time that I went to California, I was I was in LA, and the place or the house that we were staying at did not have AC. You would open the windows at night and then close them during the day. And I thought that was just so fundamentally strange. I was like, you live in a hot state, just install AC. Placed between the pages of Mika's notebook is a copy of newspaper cutting with today's date written on it. Patient disappears. On the night of the 9th, a patient disappeared from her ward in the Katsuragi Hospital, and the police are currently searching for her. Missing person is the sole survivor of the August plane crash, Yoshino Takigawa, 26. Miss Takigawa became emotionally unstable after the accident. She was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and hospitalized long-term. Hospital response to her disappearance went no further than, we are investigating the details. Miss Takigawa lost all her family in the accident, and concerns have been raised about her current whereabouts. Picture stand on the desk has been laid flat. This is a photo of Miku and Mafuyu. Photo shows Miku with a kind-looking young man. Boyfriend? No, more likely brother and sister. She's always been cheerful enough, but I don't think I've ever seen her quite look discontented. I heard she lost a family member because it'd be the person. This person in the picture be? Tokyo average temps are 48 to 86 degrees. Osaka gets the warmest averaging highs of 90s in August. Sapporo Mountains north frequently gets freezing winters and mild sub 80s summers. I was probably thinking of like Osaka whenever, because I've heard that it can get really fucking hot in Japan. So it was probably Osaka that it was being talked about. But Tokyo is only 48 to 60 or 86. That's pretty crazy.
Ray? Are you having trouble sleeping? It seems like you're having a lot of nightmares lately. Are you all right? What can I do for you?
Ray, Miko, I was wondering if you could research this photograph for me. Thanks. Alright, that again.
Understood. I'll let you know if I find anything.
Okay. I'm gonna end it for the game tonight we're not done with stream yet, because we still need to watch the other endings for Fatal Frame 1. I actually was gonna do this before the game, but I wanted to kind of get into it to see how it connected to the first game. And now that we know that directly, that Miku is actually like part of the game, it's a good opportunity to actually see some of the alternate endings. And yeah, I'll make a save state as well. Not exactly true looking at Tokyo, and it's dropping barely sub freezing at night. Well, averages are just like it's an overall like consensus based on their entire like what they would have throughout the entire year. Like for instance, Houston's average annual temperature is around 70 to 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Sure ain't 70 to 71 degrees Fahrenheit during well, anything that's not called January or February. But yeah, we are going to see about the other endings of the first Fatal Frame. Oops. Is this the same guy that we... This may actually be the same guy. Yeah, it is. Okay, so it's going to be the same guy that... This guy just like... I guess this guy's just like a god or something. Because he is like just direct rips of... of these games endings. I'm pretty sure there's actually 3 endings. Let me double check. Yes, there are. There are 3 endings. Okay, the last one's called the photograph ending. Okay. Okay, here we go. It's a different guy. Because he actually has all 3 endings in one video. Let me drop the link in chat for you guys. Make sure you guys go and support him because he is kind of just saving me from having to do having to do multiple playthroughs of the first Fatal Frame, where I was already struggling pretty bad on the normal mode. But yeah, make sure you guys go check it out. And we will go ahead and jump right in and watch this. This video also has a pretty decent, like pretty cool UI. I like this. It up. Now, this is after you get all the pieces to the mirror, if you guys forgot.
Mafuyu, thank goodness.
Don't forget your duty.
By the way, I didn't mention this is the Mafuyu ending.
My duty is to keep this gate closed. Leave this gate to me. The rest of you, hurry and escape.
But what about you?
I must stop the calamity, or else it will happen again. Don't worry about me. You must go.
Mafuyu, come on.
See, that's the part where he originally turned back and was like, I can't leave her by herself.
Look, their souls are all going back to where they belong.
Yeah. She was always struggling for life. Her soul must remain there, keeping the gates sealed off for all eternity. She had to sacrifice everything. These souls may rest in peace, but her soul will always suffer. Forever and ever.
Ever since that day, we stopped seeing things that other people don't see.
Okay. All right. Oops. There we go. All right, this is the Xbox only ending. Where you beat the game on Fatal mode. It's called the photograph ending.
Mafuyu, thank goodness.
Don't forget your duty.
Wait, that's it? Really? She just has the power to close it and doesn't have to stay in front of it? Well, that sucked. Yeah, that was pretty that's a pretty underwhelming special ending, honestly. Especially like, oh shit, where did my why is my multi-chat underneath my camera? That was weird. Um especially, you know, you go through the pain of like uh beating the game on fatal mode. And it's just like the ending is just she closes the doors. I That's pretty underwhelming, honestly. Yeah, not a huge fan of that ending. But it's fine, you know. But yeah, you guys make sure you go check out him. Like I said, he's making sure that they guaranteed, so I don't have to, you know, do the whole thing of like actually playing the game that I was actively getting my ass kicked at 2 more times. But yeah, it's gonna be it for tonight. We should get a little bit further tomorrow because, or, I'm sorry, not tomorrow, Wednesday. Wednesday because first of all, I'll be starting at the right time instead of like trying to decode something that that is normal game behavior. Hang on one sec. But yeah, so that's the good news on that front. No stream tomorrow. I'm going to the chiropractor. And then we're so there's not gonna be a stream tomorrow. But we will be picking this back up on Wednesday. I think I already said this before, but Fatal Frame 3 is actually longer than both the first and second game, not combined, but it is longer. Because now I suck shit at the first Fatal Frame, so it took me like around, I think, 12 hours or something. And the second game took me a cool like I think it was like 10 and I think I timed it actually at like 10 and a half real, 9, just over like 9.5 in game. But yeah, Fatal Frame 3, for instance, for a main plus extra playthrough, which is typically what I do, though I am going to try to go for the completionist, is 16 hours for main plus extra or 20 hours for completionist. I'll probably end up landing somewhere in the middle of those. Also, if it is possible, because the difference between the endings for Fatal Frame 3 are literally just the like, in order to get them, there's only 2 endings, first of all. And it just comes down to whether or not you do a side quest. So I mean, perhaps there's like some sort of like aspect to it that maybe there's something more to it, but from what I've read, is that it's just this one side quest, and we'll be getting what is considered the true ending of the game. I'll do the side quest, I'll do that kind of stuff, and we'll get what's considered to be the true ending of the game. That's why I pulled up like that thing for the side quest and whatnot, so I knew exactly when I needed to do it, so that I didn't accidentally miss it. And then after that, we will get into. So I'm expecting Fatal Frame 3 to potentially go to next week. I could be wrong. It may not. But it's potentially gonna end up next week. But after it, we should be able to after it actually, we're gonna be having the We Wish You a Merry Speedrun Marathon. More than likely, well, not more than likely, it actually will, but if with the timing and everything. And then after that, we'll get into Mask of the Lunar Eclipse, which is a game I'm very excited to get into because, like I've said it a couple times, that is the game that was only in Japan for years until like I think it came out here on Steam and like the PS4 and Xbox One in like 2024 or 2023 or something like that. So from the time of its release, which I think was 2010, to like 2023 or 2024, it did like you could not play it if you're in North America. Or the EU actually. Anywhere that was not Japan. So I'm very excited to get into that. I've also heard good things about it. People do say that it's a very strong entry. Overall, my initial impressions of Fatal Frame 3. So I've said a lot of things during it, but I never really kind of gave my own speculation on it. It's not as good as Fatal Frame 2. I will say that. It is I do think that they kind of it kind of does seem like they're going for RPG is not the right word for it. I would say an adventure game, which is unique for a horror game to try to do. But I mean, Alone in the Dark was actually an adventure game. So yeah, it's that seems to be what they're going for a little bit, mixed with like the old Fatal Frame DNA. I'm wondering if that's maybe going to be it could just be a one-off. You know, there could be just differences. You know, every single entry of the game so far has been quite a bit different from one another in terms of like its gameplay and stuff. The first game leaned very hard into the like old school random encounter difficulty aspect, whereas Fatal Frame 2 is more of your traditional survival horror style. You know, the scripted encounters, very heavy on not jump scares, sorry, on scaring you and the story and all that kind of stuff. Very, very much like that. More traditional silent horror. It's not traditional silent horror by any metric or standard. But it's going for that traditional survival horror. And the reason why I said it's not like traditional survival horror by any metric or standard is because it doesn't really have a lot of survival elements in it. But yeah. Anyway, guys, that's going to be, and also again, that's not a criticism of Fatal Frame 2. I love Fatal Frame 2. I want to make that clear. Anyway, guys, have a good rest of your night. I will see you all on Wednesday for some more Fatal Frame 3. We will hopefully get a little bit, or hopefully get to like, because apparently there's at least 12 hours to the game, based on where the earring is. There could be more, actually. So I'm really hoping that we get like a little bit further. It could be that just, the nights are just not evenly distributed like they are in the other games. The other games, of course, had short nights and long nights. And in the second game, short chapter and long chapters. So it could be just something like that. So yeah. Anyway, have a good rest of your night, everybody. I'll see you all Wednesday.